Uh, Welcome to the ACM Summer Bootcamp, everyone. We will be starting in 5 minutes because we are waiting for a few more participants to join in. And thank you for joining the stream. Yeah, good evening, everyone. Uh, Today's session will be held by the web domain of ACM VIT. Once again, welcome to the ACM Summer Bootcamp. Thank you for joining. Today's session, we will be covering how to create a personal portfolio using React. So I've prepared a short presentation over here so that I can just touch upon some concepts for some people who may just be introduced to web domain. So let's go. Short introduction to myself. I'm Shreyas. I'm the web lead of ACM. I do a lot of stuff, but these are some of the main domains that I focus on. If you want to check out my projects or check my profile on LinkedIn, these are the links. I'll be sharing these in the Discord servers after the session, so you don't have to worry about noting them down. All right. So we are going to be using React for this. So some of you may not know what React is. So let's just touch upon some concepts to make it clear for everyone. So whoever has, let's say, worked on the web domain, you may know that browsers only understand three languages, and that's HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, right? So what is React? Now, you can very well make a very wonderful website using just these three languages, but if you use something like a library or a framework, it makes the whole process a lot more simpler. So React is one of those libraries which was created by Facebook, and you may also know something called Angular. That's a framework by Google, and there's also Vue.js. That's an open source framework for web development. So these are the three options. However, React is it contains the majority of users. The more people use React other than the other frameworks that I mentioned. So the way you work with React is you can split your whole website into components, and it basically simplifies the logic, and you can also deal with complex state related functions with that. Now, it is also not to be confused with React Native. React Native is another framework created by Facebook, but it's for creating applications on iOS as well as Android. It's a hybrid framework. So if you know React, you can actually dive into React Native later on, which is app development. It also uses almost the same syntax as React. So that's React. We also will be using GSAP. GSAP stands for GreenSock Animation Platform. It's a animation library built for the modern web. And if you have worked with animations before, it basically may not work in all browsers. It's a very jittery thing. So GSAP makes sure that it works in all modern browsers and the animation is smooth and it does not give any problems. So yeah, it also has a small footprint. That's what it has going for it. So we will be talking about the prerequisites. You may know that in the Discord server, we had shared a lot of prerequisites that you had to install. You don't need to install it for this particular session, but these are the things that you will need for creating a website with React. So first of all, there's Node.js. You may be wondering what Node.js is. So it's a JavaScript runtime. So the binaries on your system will mostly run on C++ or Python, or it can be any other language. But Node.js allows a binary to run through JavaScript, and React uses Node.js as an environment to compile code. So as I said before, the browser only understands the three languages, that's HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, right? So Node.js is basically an environment in which React can compile its code down to these three languages so that the browser can read them and render the page. Then we move on to Git and GitHub. So Git and GitHub is, you may be familiar with the terms if you have used it before. Git is basically a version control system. Let's like to put it in simple terms, I would say, okay, let's say like you are pushing a new button to a website. So you can make a commit. A commit is basically anything that's pushed code, like you're adding something. So that's a commit, all right? So you can, let's say the button is now giving you problems and you can switch back to the previous commit if you want to, or you can also go forward if you so wish to. So it makes the whole system a lot easier. And if you have Git installed on your system, I will be using it in the project when we go into the coding section. But yeah, I'll show you how that works. And then there's a GitHub account. GitHub is basically a website which hosts Git repositories. Repositories are basically your projects where like it contains all the code files of the particular project. So let's say React also has a Git repository. So I'll be showing you that. And yeah, so you can host your whole project on GitHub if you have an account over there. Then followed by we have VS Code and Google Chrome. VS Code is a code editor. It's a very minimal code editor. And if you are from VIT, you may have used PyCharm or something like that for Python in your first few semesters. So VS Code is similar to that, but PyCharm is IDE, which stands for Integrated Development Environment. VS Code is a code editor. So what the difference basically is that this is way more minimal. It does not take as much RAM as IDE, and it is not as extensively, it does not have that many extensive functions. So you can add on functions to a code editor, but it's built for being fast and reliable. So also Google Chrome, I guess everyone knows what Google Chrome is. Google Chrome, the main thing that you should know while developing anything for the web is that Google Chrome is a very popular browser. If you look it up on Google, Google Chrome holds almost 70 to 80% of the users who ever go on the web. So you may come across the term that's cross-browser compatibility. So that's basically means that, so all the browsers are created by different sets of people, right? So some code which runs on Chrome, let's say, it may not run perfectly on a Firefox browser. So once you if you develop on Chrome, you already make sure that your website is running perfectly on for the majority of users that will be using it. So that's a very useful thing in terms of web development. And Chrome also has a sweet line of tools called the Chrome Dev Tools. We'll be using those to debug the code as well, right? So let's get started. I hope no one has any doubts yet. Should be fine, yeah. All right, so we will be creating this particular website over here. This is the landing page, and if you go down, this is about me, then there's skills. I've just put a number of skills that's normal for a web developer to have. Then there's a projects carousel as well, where you can, these particular elements are called cards. So each card has a thumbnail, there's a topic, and there's a description. So the topic is basically the project name, and if you click them, you can visit the particular project. Right. As for the nav bar, this is the home, and you can see it scrolling to the particular section whenever you click them. And the contact me is basically a mail to tag, so we will be going over that as well. That opens up a mail. All right, so excuse me, yeah. So all right, to get started, we will be using something known as the Create React app. So let me just show you what the website is. Yeah, so this is the website for Create React app. It's also a thing created by Facebook. And to use Create React app, you'll be using this command right here. So if in any point of time you don't understand which command I'm using, these commands are all available on the net. You just need to do a simple Google search, right? So what this basically does is it creates a minimal bootstrap for having a React application. So let me just go back. Now, what you would like to be doing, like you would be opening, if you're on Windows, you will be opening your PowerShell or your command prompt, all right? If you're on Mac or Linux, you will be opening a terminal, all right? So I'll just copy and paste the command over. It's not this. Command did not get copied. Let's copy it again. Yeah. Yeah. So instead of my app over here, also before this, you should have Node installed. So the way you check this is by doing a node-v over here, and it should show you a version. If you have Node installed, it automatically installs something called npm. That's your Node package manager. The version is here as well. So if you have npm installed, you will be able to run this command that I copied over. Yeah. So over here, you will need to edit some part of this command. So instead of my app, you can name it whatever your app's name is going to be. So I'm going to name it personal portfolio. Then I'm going to add an additional flag called use npm. So npm is, like I said, it's the Node package manager. It functions similar to pip if you use Python. And if you don't use this flag right over here, it will use the yarn package manager. That's also another package manager for Node, but Facebook has created it. And it's a preference thing. So I prefer using npm. So I'm going to execute that command, and it would have started bootstrapping the project. So while it's doing that, I'll just go over what GitHub and how it functions. All right. So I'm going to open an incognito window because this is what you will be presented with if you don't have an account in GitHub. So this is the website for GitHub. If you, like I said, all popular projects are on GitHub. So if I want to, I can look up the repository for React. So it's right here. It's under Facebook, like you can see. And this is the whole code for React, how React works. It's huge. If you are interested, you can obviously contribute as well. So yeah, we'll be touching on that briefly. All right, so coming back to the website, if you need to create an account, you will be going to the sign up over here, and you'll be presented with this screen, and you'll be entering your email, and you'll be clicking continue, and so on. So once you have created an account over here, you can go to the sign in, and you can sign into your own account. So you won't be having such a huge, you won't have these many activities going on, but it will be, you will have this button over here that's for a new repository. So you basically want to create a new repository for every project that you create. So once we click that, we are here. So over here, you can see there's some fields you may not understand. These things, make sure that they are disabled so that we can use, I'll tell you why in a few moments, but give a name to your repository. I'm going to give it personal portfolio. It says that it's available. That's because I don't have a repository named that yet. And I'll give you a short description. Let's say all right. So there's a description for the project. It can be a public repository or private. If it's a private repository, obviously only you can see it. Others can't view it on your profile. If it's a public one, then others can view it on your profile, right? So I'm going to make a private one, and I'm going to click create repository over here. All right, so you see a lot of code being printed over here, so you don't really need to worry about those. What we will be using is this over here, the second code snippet. So I'll just click copy over here. Meanwhile, I hope the React, yeah, so the bootstrapping is done. It took a while, but it's done finally. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to open VS Code for this particular folder. All right, VS Code needs to update. Okay, that's going to take a while. Yeah. So what I did there was I did a code dot. So that basically means the VS Code can be opened from the command line by using code. Code is the keyword. Then dot basically means I want it to open in the same folder. Now I have opened it in the wrong folder, so let me just do that again. So I will go into the folder that I created. That's the personal portfolio. All right. I'm going to do a clear screen and do a code dot again. So the dot again signifies that I want it to open in the particular folder that I have. So you will be presented with a screen like this. All right. So if you see, there's a lot of files that Create React has just created for you. So, all right, so let's just go on some of the files. Node modules over here. If I open it up, these are all the packages that React uses. So you won't be touching this folder at all, but these are the packages that the environment has. So to run React, you will be needing these packages. Where these packages are defined, there's a file called package.json. If you go up, yeah, so if you see dependencies here, right? So dependencies are what the packages are. And these are the package names. Then on the side, there's the package version, all right? Then another thing that's very important in the package.json file is the scripts over here. So these scripts can be executed through the npm. So let me just open the terminal's already open. If you don't have the terminal open, by the way, it's control tilde. So it's this, all right? Open the terminal here. So I'm gonna go to the same folder that I created. So that's personal portfolio here. All right. So to execute these commands, I can use npm. So npm run and any of these scripts. So let's just start. So let's type start. All right. So this will open up the browser and give it some time to render the page. Yeah. So you will be presented with this over here. So this is what this is like. You will be wondering where this and everything is coming from. So this is basically your developer environment. Whenever you will be coding, you can just switch over to your browser and check what's going on, right? It also supports hot reloading. So that means if you make any changes. So let's say, okay, so let's go to app.js. You see learn React over here. And if you go to the browser again, you'll be seeing learn React over here. So it's the same thing, right? So let me just change that to hello world and save it. So if I go over to the browser, you can see it has changed to hello world. So that's what hot reloading does for you. It automatically reloads it without having to reload the page like you would normally do on a browser. So going over the React code, what we have over here, we have a public folder and a src folder, right? So, okay, let's start with the public folder. Now the public folder is basically whatever is going to be shown in the browser as it is, nothing's going to be compiled. So this, you can see there's a plain HTML over here, and it's a pretty large HTML with a lot of meta tags, and these are just comments to help you work through the code. We won't be needing those. Then you will see there's a file called manifest.json. That's for creating something known as a PWA. So those are for viewing, let's say you want to view the website offline. So that's what PWAs are used for. Now, you don't really need to worry about other files over here in the public folder, leave it as it is. In the source folder is where the React code is written. So this code over here is React. So you will see that it's plain JavaScript. You will be importing stuff from the top. Then you'll create a function. Inside the function, you will be rendering a HTML template. So this is HTML over here. You see it, right? There will be some changes in the HTML markup because, as you know, React needs to compile the code. So instead of class, there's a thing called class name over here. So that's different. So if it were, let's say I open the index.html again. If I were to add a class to the body tag here, it would be just class. However, in this case here, it would be class name. So keep that in mind. Anyways, if you use class, it will throw errors. But yeah, that's something that's different in React. So yeah, so this is the boilerplate that's generated for the create React tab, and that's what's generating this whole page right now. If I get rid of this boilerplate, let's say I create a div, okay, not this. So I just got rid of the boilerplate, and as you can see, there's just hello now. So that shows that this is the file that was being loaded, right? So your app.js will be the main file that's going to be rendered in the website, and anything in the app.js, like let's say if I create a new component, that's going to be imported in and it's going to be put inside app.js. So that way everything renders in the website. Now, as for the other files, so there's a file called index.js over here. Now, what this basically does is you see there's a function called react dom.render. So this is what basically renders the app, right? And you see there's a document.getElement by ID root. So what does this mean? This basically means if you go back to the HTML, that's the index.html in the public folder. I'm just gonna remove the comments. Yeah. So you see there's a div known as root, right? It has an ID root right here. So what's happening over here is basically the app is going to be replaced by, not the app, I mean the root is going to be replaced by the app over here. That's what this function is basically doing, this function here. So that's what document what get element by ID does. That's the root element over there, and it replaces the root ID div here. So now what that basically means is if I open the, let me just close all of these. Yeah. So if I go to, I'm right clicking on the website, or you can do a control U as well. Now, if I do view page source over here, you'll see that the page has basically nothing. That this is the same as your index.html that I just showed, all right? And you can see there's a div called root, and inside the root there's nothing. So why this, like basically what happens is after the page comes in, this is what is going to be coming in, and along with that there's going to be a lot of JavaScript files, and those JavaScript files is what is going to replace the root with the website that you have created. So that's what's getting the hello over here. All right, I'll be going over that a bit more when we actually create the website. So that was a brief on some of these files over here. Now, like I said, in web development, you'll be using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So CSS is for creating styles. So all of these are styles over here. So any of these styles that if you want to beautify how your website looks, I can say div, and I can say color can be red. All right. So if I go back to the app tab, you see that hello has changed to red now. So you can change the styling over here in your CSS files. Now we will be getting rid. All right. So also another thing, it has already appeared on the stream, but I'll just show you. If you go to github.com/acmvit, if I open it up, there is a website known as, there's a repository called Summer Bootcamp Web, and this is the whole project that we will be creating. So you can clone the code. What you're going to have to do, if you have git installed, you'll be copying over this, and in your terminal you can do a git clone and paste the link that we just copied over. And after you paste the link, you can go into that link, and after that you will have to run this command known as npm I. That's the short for npm install. All right, so what that's going to do is it will be installing the node modules. So if you go to the repository again, not this one, if you go to the repository again, you'll see that there's no node modules in the GitHub folder, GitHub repository. That's because we never push the node modules into GitHub. It's always in a file known as git ignore right here. So as you can see, there's a node modules folder mentioned over here. So it never gets pushed to the repository. That's because the node modules folder is huge and we don't want that much size of content. Like it can be installed anywhere with the help of this file right here, because it's all mentioned in the dependencies. So yeah, so you can just copy the code over and you'll be doing a npm install, and that's gonna install the node modules folder, and after that you can just do a simple npm start, and that should start your website and you'll be able to use the code. Also, at any point of the workshop, if you have to look over the code, whatever I'm changing, I have what I clicked there was the commits over here. There's 11 commits. So if I click that, you can see like it's a very stage-wise approach where you can go to any part of the, like let's say I went to this commit over here, and you can see what all is changed. So the red parts are the parts I have deleted, the green parts are the parts I've added. So in this case, I've changed the content from this to personal portfolio. So you can always refer to this repository, go to the commits and view all the changes that's being done if you are confused. And yeah, so let's get started. So I'll just close this. All right, so firstly, I'm gonna remove the boiler code. Yeah, so another thing you might have noticed, this color over here, it does not, it translates to text color basically. So in CSS, there's properties which you can look up in Google, and these colors are basically for text, the text color. And if you want to change the background color, you do something like this. So if I do a background color red, it's going to be a little painful to be here. So let me just change it to gray. And if I go back to the website, refresh it, let's hope the website is still okay. The website is not running. So let me just do a npm run start again. Yeah. So All right, the background is not, the background is only for this particular div because I had mentioned it for the div. So you can see it's gray in color now. If I change it to something else like blue, which is more visible, you can see that it's blue now. So that's what background color and color does. So color is basically only for the text color, and background color is for the background. All right. So that's your doubts if you have any. All right, now let's get started. So all right, so we will be starting with deleting some of these boilerplate codes, which we won't be using. So firstly, index.html, let's just edit that. I had already removed all the comments. So I'm just going to change some of these. Okay, so let's say there's the description here. So I'm going to change it to personal portfolio. Then there's a title here. I'm going to change that to personal portfolio again. All right, now if I save this, what this title element tag does is basically, if I open the browser again, you see on the tab right here, that's the title tag. So that changed that. All right. Now let's go back to the code. Yeah. So this is the index.html done. You don't need to worry about anything else in the public folder. Let's leave it as it is. In the SRC folder, first of all, we are not going to be using the logo that React had provided us. The React logo is basically this. So I'm going to just delete it. Also, I'm using WSL, if any of you were wondering. So you can look into that as well. So index.js is an important file. Report web vitals, we won't be using that. So I'm going to remove it again. Then setup tests, we won't be testing. So let's remove that. Remove this as well, the app.test.js. All right, so that leaves us with like 4 files. I'm gonna rename these files to JSX over here instead of JavaScript. So the reason we do that is JSX is a extension which is used for JavaScript files which use React. So JSX is specialized for React. So you get better IntelliSense in VS Code if you do that. Now, if I go, this is the index.jsx open. So I'm just going to remove the comments here. And this report web vitals. So this is the file we just removed. So I'm going to remove this. Also, there's a cool shortcut in VS Code called Control K. So if I click on this line over here, and if I do a Control K, sorry, Control Shift K, well, it's not deleting for some reason. Okay, anyways, let's just delete the line. The Control Shift K basically removes the line, so you don't need to delete the whole line like I just did. It's not working, but it hopefully does later on. Anyway, so I've renamed the files to JSX, and if you see now, React is throwing an error in my terminal because it cannot find the index.js file. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to close the instance. The way I did it was I did a Control C. All right. So I do a npm run start again, and that should work perfectly again. So yeah, so let's go back. Logo.svg is not found. That's because we deleted the logo. So let's just remove that. So you just saw Control Shift K is working now for some reason. All right, so that deletes the line there. Yeah. So all right, so let's get started. I'm going to rename these functions. I'm not going to rename them, but I'm going to change it to an arrow function. The way you do it is by following this syntax. An arrow function is something that came out in ES6. That's a version of JavaScript. So it's a more later version of JavaScript than what the browser supports. But you can use it in React because your browsers will be anyways using the compiled code which the React generates by itself. So the CSS files, I'm just gonna delete those, and even this index.css. All right. So first of all, like you saw in the website that I created. So the website is available at, so if you guys want, this is the website. it's hosted. You can check it out, right? So yeah, so in the website you'll be seeing there's a landing section, then there's the about section, there's the skills section, and there's the project section. So let's get started with the landing section. So the way we do it is we create a new folder inside SRC. We name it components. Like I said, React UI elements are split into components. So inside components, we are gonna be creating something known as landing section. Okay, so inside this, we are gonna create a new file called landing section.jsx. This is gonna be the JavaScript file. And also there's going to be a style sheet file that's going to be landing section.css. All right, so now I'm going to be using a pretty useful extension in VS Code known as, I'll just show it to you. Yeah, so this one. So this is known as the ES7. Okay, I'm not going to open that, but yeah, it's known as the ES7 React Redux GraphQL React Native Snippets. So what that allows you to do is you do RAFCE, that's a short form. So what it creates is it creates an arrow function right out of the box, right for you. So once you do that, you can remove the first line because you don't need it. And what you can do here is you can import the style sheet that we just created. So we do a dot slash. So dot slash refers to the current folder. So like you can see in the current folder, there's a style sheet. So I'm going to do landing inside here, section.css, save it. So that's importing the style sheet right there. All right. So a few more changes. I'm going to go to the app.jsx. I'm going to change this to main. And if you saw, the ending tag also updated by when I changed the starting tag. So the reason that's happening is because of this another extension that I use that's called auto rename tag. So that's a pretty useful extension. You don't need to update the ending tag by yourself. All right, so okay, coming back to this, what we are going to do here, instead of hello, we are going to render this landing section. So let's say landing section here. So right now, if you go to the browser, it's not going to render it's actually not going to render anything. It's going to render hello, because that's what app.jsx is showing. So what we are going to do is instead of hello, I'm going to do landing section. So first of all, we will import it. Yeah, so it just auto completed. So we imported landing section from components, landing section, and landing section. So that's basically importing the JavaScript file here, JSX file. So what we are going to do is we are going to put it in as an element or HTML element like this. So if you want closing, now the thing is you can pass in stuff inside this, but we won't be passing anything. So what we can do is instead of having an ending tag, we can just close it right here. So we'll save it. Now that should render the landing section. So you can see it's rendering the landing section. So that's basically how React works. So this is the first section. We will be having an about section and so forth. So in the landing section, now if you go back to the website, Summer Bootcamp, yeah. So you can see there's a hero. This part is known as a hero banner. There's an illustration, there's a nav bar. So let's get started with the nav bar actually. So yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'll open up the landing section here, and I'm gonna rename this section div to a section, because that's what it is. Inside the section, I'm gonna have two parts. One will be the header, and the second will be the main. All right. So in the header is what we are gonna have the nav bar. So let's do nav. And inside the nav, let's have a list. So that's UL is basically you won't have the bullets, so unmarked list, I guess it's called. And inside the UL, we will have list items. So LI stands for list items. Now, inside the list items, we will have home, we will have about, we will have, let me just copy paste it. On VS Code, you can copy a line by just clicking the line, do a Control C. You don't have to highlight or anything. You can paste it like so. So yeah. So home, about, then we have skills, we have projects, and the very last one, if you see over here, it's contact me, and that's a button, so it will be styled differently. All right, saving that. Now if I go back to my browser, open this, you'll see that it's a bullet list. Sorry, I had explained before that it won't have bullets. It will have bullets, but it won't have numbers. So if you do ordered list, that's OL, it would have numbers. But if you do a UL, that will have bullets. All right, so UL, yeah. So what we're gonna do over here, we are gonna actually use something known as an anchor tag. So what in VS Code you can just do a:*link, and that's gonna open an anchor tag. I'm going to delete this and do a hash home. Actually, instead of home, let's do landing. And inside that, we are just going to place the home that we had created before. All right. So what this is going to do is basically it's going to scroll to home. So we can add another attribute known as data scroll. So this basically tells that it won't open an external link, but it will scroll to the particular website. Now, let me just copy that over for all of these as well. All right, so I obviously have to close the anchor tags. That's why, anyways, if you ever have errors, you will be seeing the errors in the terminal. So it says JSX closing tag for anchor not found. So expected corresponding JSX closing tag. So you know what the error is. So let's close the anchor tag. All right, so let's just customize each of these links. It's not going to be landing here. It's going to be about, then skills. For skills, it's going to be skills. There's going to be projects. And there's going to be contact me. So that's actually not going to be a scrolling element. We're going to remove that. So what we are going to do is we are going to do actually, let's just remove the anchor tag and do it from scratch. So what we are going to do is a:\mail, mail. So you see the auto completion can give you a mail to tag like so. So over here you can mention whatever your email is. So I'm just going to do johndoe@gmail.com. But this is basically what your email is going to be. So I just complete it. Yeah. So if we go back to the browser now, you'll be seeing that we have some styling already pre-applied for, because we are using anchor tags. So these are the default styles for anchor tag. We can remove those by going to index.css and app.css. So I'm just going to be copying over some styles that I've already created. So yeah, so I'll just save it. So if you see now, there's a lot of code that just got added. So I'm gonna comment it out and use it while we are using it. So all right, so we also will be using something known as Google fonts later on. All right, so first of all, we have the body. So the body element is the element that covers, like, it contains the entire website. So if I open inspect element right now, you see there's a HTML tag. Inside that there's body. So this is the body. So the styles we just applied will be applied to body over here. Also, this is the same body as this over here. So this is the same body here. So whatever styles we applied, it's just going to be applied there. Now we added a background color, we added the text color. We are saying don't give any margins or padding. If we don't do this and go back to the browser, let's make it responsive. Yeah, so if you don't do this, we will, if you just go over the body here, you see that there's these orange boxes here, right? The orange box basically stands for margin. So by default, the body always has a margin. So you want to remove those. So I'm just going to remove them by doing this margin and padding here. All right. So while that's done, what Google Fonts is, right? So Google Fonts basically allows you to use any of the fonts defined in, let me just open that website here. There's a website known as fonts.google.com. So if you see, there's a lot of fonts, the most popular one being Roboto, obviously. What the font I'm using is called Lato. And if you open it up, I'm going to be using the regular weight. Regular is basically a regular. Then there's bold. Then there's black, is even more extra bold. So the regular here is normally termed as 400. So I'm going to select the style. And what I can do is I can go over to app import over here. So if you are putting it in the HTML, you basically are importing the font. So you can either put it in the HTML or you can put it in at import. So the at import is what we use for putting it in the style sheet. So that's the CSS file. So I just copied over this at import, and that's what this first line is over here. Then we can use the font by mentioning it in the font family. So that's later. And if you go over back to the Google Fonts, they already mention it here. So I'll just copy those. It's the same thing right here. So that's that. And all right, so as for the anchor tag, we remove the styling by, if I just comment it out, I'm doing a control/ for the comments again. So if I go back to the browser, so you see there's the styles that's already applied, right? So if what I'm doing over there is I'm gonna uncomment it. So what's happening there is color inherit. So that's the color that we have defined over here in the color. And then we are giving text decoration none. So that removes the underline that was there for anchor tags, as you can see here. So if I save it now and open the website, you see the styles have been applied. All right. Also, we have reached the 45-minute mark. The attendance link will be shared in the YouTube live chat. So we request all of you to just do the attendance. It's and we will be coming back in around 5 minutes. Let's take a small 5-minute break for this. All right, so the attendance link will be coming in 2 minutes. Yeah, so let's just go over some other stuff. So paragraph tags, they also have a few more. They have margins, so you can remove those by adding margin 0, right? So that's why we have done that. Now this was app.css, right? Actually, I like having all these HTML elements in index.css. So let's just switch those to the index.css file. All right, so in app.css, we're gonna have a couple more of global styles. So I just copy them over. Now in CSS, if you are referring to a class, so there were class names, right? So if you're referring to a class, we use a dot selector. You call them selectors, so you can refer to the class. So if there's a class named heading, you can refer to it by doing a dot heading. So over here, you can see some common CSS properties being used. Font size 2rem. Then we want it to take width of 100. We want the text alignment to be center. We want it having a margin of 2rem. By the way, the rem is stands for root element modifier. So 1 rem, let me just type it here. 1 rem is equal to 16 pixels in your browser. always. So if you change in your browser, if you change your font settings and if you change it to something else, then it will be something else. Let's say you change it to 18 pixels, that's going to be 1 rem again then. But by default, it's always 16 pixels, so it's a shorter way to do it. So 1 rem is, so 2 rem will be 32 pixels, and 1.2 rem will be, like, you understand, it will be 1.2 times 16 pixels. So we also have a couple of opacity properties which we will be touching on later on during the animations. So let me just comment those out. And then there's a media tag. Media tags are used for changing the like, let's say, let's go to the website. All right, so right now the website is pretty small, but later on you will see that once I decrease the screen size, now this is what I'm using. This is the Chrome DevTools, by the way. You can set the width and the height over here on the top while it's in the responsive mode, and you can switch the, like, you can scroll and change the size of the screen. So right now it's a pretty minimal website, so when you change the screen size, it's going to be not going to be jittery, but if you have more elements lined up, it's probably going to be breaking up. So you obviously want your website to look proper on a mobile device. So what we are going to do is, what we can do is we can go to the CSS file and define this thing over here that's known as the media tag. And we are saying that for a screen having the max width of this, that's 1045, we can change the CSS properties that we had mentioned previously. So for heading, we change the font size. It was previously 2 rem. We changed it to 1.5 rem so that on a mobile device, it won't look too big. Then we change the text alignment to left, font size, and text alignment again for text classes. All right, so yeah, so let's, do you guys have any doubts till now? I'm not seeing any doubts so far. You can ask your doubts now, and we will be sharing the attendance link so that you can mark your attendance as well. No doubts? All right, I don't see any doubts. Okay, so yeah, so the attendance link is shared. You guys can fill that up. We will be continuing in around 5 minutes. Yeah, so we are back. I hope everyone has filled the attendance form that was circulated. If any of you are still wondering what to fill in, we have already provided the club chapter, the chapter name, the event name. So you just have to fill the same details into the form to get your attendance. And obviously you'll be filling your registration number and stuff like that as well. So yeah, so continuing on, so we have so far created these links. Also, I didn't show you guys the mail to tag. If I click on the contact me right now, it opens the mail app. If you don't have a mail app, it will open the browser, Gmail or something like that. But yeah, that's how that works. And rest of the stuff, it does not change anything so far. If you are noticing the URL, there's a hash landing and stuff like that getting added whenever I click any of these, not the contact me. Whenever I click any of these over here. So ideally what we are going to do is later on is we are going to scroll to the section. So all right, so let's continue on with the nav bar. All right, so yeah, so in the landing section we had created a nav bar, so it was in the nav element. So I'm just gonna also, since we have the nav bar, as you see, it's a hash. This hash basically stands for IDs. So we are going to assign an ID known as landing to this section over here, and to the header we are going to give a class called navbar. So that's the navbar over there. Then in the UL, now the UL also has default styling, so we need to remove those. So what we are going to do is we are going to give it a class name as well. So we give it navlinks, and for each of these elements I'm going to give a class name of navlink. So let me just copy this. Yeah, so I'll just paste it over for all of these LIs. Yeah, and for the last one, obviously we have a different styling, so we are going to add one more contact. So let's add one more class name, sorry, with the name of contact, and save it. So that's the nav bar. We go back, none of the styles are applied because I have not copied over the CSS. So let me just do that. So if I go back to the CSS file and paste it, also there will be a lot of opacity, so let's just remove those. Control F to search in your code, by the way. So I'm just typing opacity here, and I can navigate with these arrows. So the first one is this, which is commented out, and then the other ones I'm going to comment out as well, and this as well. Right, these ones I'm going to just keep it. All right, so save it. Now if we go back to the browser, we see the styling has been applied. So I'm just going to go over the styling a little bit. So if you see the navbar, it has a position fixed. So that what that basically means is, if I open this, you see that when I scroll, the website goes up, right? That's obvious, but the navbar stays in one place. So that's not the default behavior. What we added the position fixed over here to make it do so. So that's what that does. So that's going to be remaining on top of the page for the entire length of the page. So yeah, so it also will have a width of 100%. That's basically the whole page. Box sizing is a pretty complex property to understand, but it basically means when we are doing a width of 100, it includes the margin, the padding, as well as the content. If you don't put the border box property here, it only means that the content of the div will take up the 100%. So with this, you are basically saying the entire div along with the size, the spacing will be taking up the entire width. All right. So we have a background color that's the same as the body background color. If you go to app.css, not app.css, let's go to index.css. We see the background color here. It's the same here. All right. So nav links, there's going to be a margin left. So what that basically means is, so if I do Control Shift I, that's the shortcut for opening up the DevTools. If I go over any of these and click it, if I go over the nav link, you see there's an orange box over there on the left side of the screen. So that basically has the margin. So that orange box is the margin. So that margin left is basically that. If I reduce the margin to 1 rem, let's say, and go back, you see that it has like condensed. So let's keep it 3 rem. Also, we are assigning a cursor pointer. That basically means if I close this and go over it, you see that the cursor changes to a pointer. It's not the arrow that you have by default. If I have it as cursor default, I'm just showing it to you so that you know. Yeah, so all right, that basically what's happening over there is the anchor tags by default have a cursor pointer, so I won't have to change it here. Instead, wherever I have defined the styles for anchor tags, that's here. I'm going to do a cursor. Actually, let's just do a cursor not allowed to make it visible. All right, when I open that, you can see there's a not allowed cursor icon. This has the, if you see in the spacing, it's doing a bit of a weird thing where it's pointer, and then when you go on the actual link, that's when it becomes the not allowed icon. So let's just remove that, but that's how that works. So yeah, continuing on, the contact is basically the other style, the other class that I mentioned along with the nav link. So it will apply on top of the nav link. So the contact will have a, let me just close this as well. Yeah, so the contact will have a background color. It will have some padding. Padding is basically spacing inside the button. So if I go back, you see there's space between the border as well as the text. So that's what the padding is for. So we have some spacing there. Then there's a border radius of 8 pixels that basically creates this rounded figure on the corners. All right. So that's the contact me card right there. Now this is the navbar done. So now we have actually completed a big chunk of our code. So let's say I want to push it to GitHub. So I had introduced everyone to GitHub, right? So what I can do is I can open GitHub, and I had created a repository called personal portfolio. I'm going to open that, and you can see the second code that I had said that we would be copying over. So let's just copy that, and inside the terminal, I'm going to do a Control C to close it, to close the instance, do a clear, and paste the code that we had copied over. Also, before we do that, let's just do a git add dot. So what this basically means is you're adding all the files that you have changed. So now you see on the left, all of them have a letter attached to them. That basically means they have added. Now what we can do now is do a git commit -n, and in the commit we are gonna say, let's say it's a feature, and navbar has been created. So let's say navbar created. So we do an enter. So this -m is basically for adding a message. Commit is for making a commit over here. So now I press enter, and you basically see all the changes that has been done while we were working in the project since the beginning. If you ever want to see what is to be done, you can always do a git status and check what's going on. So on branch master is saying nothing to commit, working tree is clean. That's because I just committed over here. So if I had made some other change, let's say I change this to default and save it, and if I do a git status now, it says that this file is modified here. So you can always keep track of those while with doing a git status right there. Now if I do a git status again, it's nothing to commit. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy over these lines and paste it here. All right. So what that's gonna do is it's gonna push the current code to this repository that I had created in GitHub. So it may take some time. Yeah, so it's done. So it says branch master set to track remote branch master from origin. So you don't have to get too much into the details, but that basically means it's hosted on GitHub now. So if I do a control R, that's the shortcut for reload, you see that all my files are now in GitHub. Also, there's a cool file, the readme.md, that React already provides. So you can check the scripts and stuff and the descriptions here in the readme if you're ever confused about them. All right, so this is the code that I pushed. You see my commit message, that's feat navbar created. Feat is the short form for feature, by the way. All right, so let's close this. That's GitHub. Now we have created the navbar. Let's get started with the landing page. So we are gonna make this smaller, do a npm run start again. Whenever you close the instance, by the way, it's not gonna show the website anymore on your screen. So you always will have to start a new instance. So 1 second, I have 2 instances open, so I just closed one of them. Yeah. So in the page again, that's localhost 3000. By the way, this localhost 3000 is coming from here. So you can copy over and put it in your URL. If it does not open a browser, it's here. Now that we have completed the navbar, we can get started with the landing page. So let's go to the landing section again. All right. So in the landing section, now, like I mentioned, the header part would have contained the navbar. Now let's go for the main section. So inside the main, I'm just gonna give it the class landing. And inside the main element, we are gonna make an article. In the article, if you guys remember, there's if I go back to the landing, there's 2 headings. So for those 2 headings, I'm going to create a h2 tag. h2, h1 all the way to h6 are the heading tags, in case you guys are wondering. So these have different styles. So I'm going to just say, hey, I am John Doe, right? Similar to what we had in the other website. And I'm a Moonstack developer. I'm going to just copy this over and give a h2 tag and paste it here. Now we go back to our website. We see that it's here, right? Yeah. So what I'm going to do is, to apply these styles, I'm going to add some of the classes. So for this, let's add a class main heading. Save it. Another class main heading. Not main heading, this will be subheading. Save it. All right. Also, some of you may be wondering how it's formatting out of nowhere. So like, let me say I just added a bunch of tabs over here. If I do Control S, it formats it. So the way that's working is, I have another extension, which is probably the most important extension that we'll be using. It's known as Prettier. So this is the extension. You can just install it, and once you install it, you can go over to the settings of VS Code. That's controls, comma. That's the shortcut for settings. Inside that, you can search for format on save. So you see, I have this ticked. So that's what you will have to tick. So what that would do is, whenever you click Control S, it's going to format it as well. In case it's not formatting, you can do Control Shift L. I think there's a shortcut for checking the formatters. You might check that on Google. I don't remember it on the top of my head, but yeah. Anyway, so once we have applied the class names, so what's going to happen is, we have a main heading, and if we close this and go back to the landing CSS. Let's look for main heading, the first instance. Yeah, so you see we have applied some styles for those. So that's going to be applied now that we have given a class name. So as you can see, it has become larger. Now, if you remember in the old website, you see that these are of different colors. So what I'm going to do is, if you ever need to change the color or some property, you can always add a span and put the element inside that. The span is an inline property. So within the same line, you can add styles. So I'm going to add the class name of, this will be orange, I guess. And this will be green if I'm not wrong. Let me just check. Yeah, that's green. Cool. So add a span again and cut it, paste it here, delete it, the space that was there, add a class name of green, save it. Now if you go to the CSS, I have already created green as well as, so you see green, the color is given as this hash code. It's a hex code, sorry, not a hash code. Then if you go to orange, there's a color already defined. So what that's going to do is, if I go back to the page, you see that it's the way we want it. All right, so also you see there's an illustration. So for illustrations, a pretty good thing to do is a quick Google search. You can just look up illustrations, SVGs. So the first one of the first sites that open up is Undraw, which is pretty famous, and I've actually taken this illustration from Undraw. If I open up Undraw and open browse now, you see there's a lot of illustrations here that you can choose from. So another cool thing about Undraw is you can change the color. So if you see in this, I've put the color as green. So if I just go over to the code and copy over the color, the hex code, and paste it here, you see all of them have become green now. So I have used one of these, but I won't be searching for it. I already have it. So I'll just import that quickly. So just a second. Okay, so by the way, the illustrations that you will be copying over will be mostly SVG. So for SVG, you will be creating a file called, okay, for, let's say for illustrations, we want to have a new folder. So what we are going to do is we're going to create a new folder called assets. And inside assets, we're going to have not a file, but a folder called vectors. And inside vectors, we're going to have a new file. We call it, let's say, landing illustration or landing il.svg. Cool. So an SVG is defined by this extension over here, .svg, and inside here you can paste the SVG that you have. So if I were to open Undraw, if you click any of these, you can download the SVG directly, and you can actually drag it over to this folder. But I've just copied over the SVG. It's in text format, so you can easily copy it. Now, if I import this, so I'm actually gonna import this into the landing section. If I go back to the browser, let's just close this tab. You see it's on the right. So what I'm going to do is open up the VS Code again. Okay, so after the article, I'm going to have an image tag, and image is not going to have a SRC for now. Let's give an alternate attribute of landing illustration. Save it, and if you go back to the browser right now, you see that the image is not available, but it gives you the alternate tag that we mentioned. So whenever, if your image does not load up in your website, always mention your alternate tags. At least the user knows that it's not an important image or something like that. So this is the image that's not visible right now. So what we are going to do is we're actually going to import it So similar to how we had imported the style sheet, we are just going to do an import. Also, there's a cool shortcut in VS Code. You do IMP and press tab. This is the snippet that opens up. In the right side, we are going to do the path. So actually, let's just come back to that later. Let's do a tab that switches over to the module name over here. So I'm going to name it landing illus or landing IL. And in this, I'm going to press escape once so that I get the IntelliSense. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, obviously it's not in the same folder as the file, so I'm doing a double dot slash, so that goes one folder back. Once again, double dot slash. All right, now you can see assets. You can just click that, do a slash, vectors. You don't even need to click it, but you can just do enter, that works too. It's called a landing il.svg, so that won't show up because it's not JavaScript, but that's what we have named it, so we know that. So it's saying that landing IL is defined but never used. So the way you use it is by going over to the image tag over here that we have defined, delete the src, add curly braces. Now this is HTML. So whenever you need to add JavaScript code, because we just defined a variable in JavaScript, whenever you need to add JavaScript code, you always open curly braces in React. So inside the src, we are gonna do the same landing IL over here and save it. So what that does is, if I go back, you see the illustration is added properly. Also, we are gonna give it a class name of landing IL and save it. All right, so that's done. Now, if you go back to the browser, it's added properly and all the styles have been applied. If I go over to the styles, the main style that was applied was opacity 0. We will be coming to that in the second part of the workshop, so don't worry about that. But as you can see, the landing section is now completed. Now, if I were to see how this would look in a mobile view, what I can do is I can just click this drop down up here. I did a Ctrl-Shift-I to enter the Chrome DevTools, by the way. So in this, we can just select something like an iPhone 10, and you see this is how it looks in the mobile view. Now, if I were to go back to the code and as you scroll down, yeah, so you see these media tags, right? So if I were to like just comment it out, I do a Ctrl/ for the comment, save it, go back to the browser. So you see it's broken, right? Your website will, let's do 1366 and 768. Yeah, so your website will look proper when it's on desktop, but when you shrink the size of the screen, you see that it breaks, right? So that's what media tags are used for. I had already explained what it does before, but this is it in action. So what it's doing is basically, we had used a property called flex. Let's look for that. Yeah, so display flex over here. So display flex is a pretty cool property that you can use. You can look it up. If you are ever confused about any of the properties, by the way, you can look it up on Google, because yeah, look it up on Google and you'll see the first few links. That's W3 schools. There's another link that I like using, that's developer.mozilla.org. So you can open that. And if you want to understand how Flex works, so Flex is basically, it makes a container like this, and any elements within the flex box, it's called a flex box, and any elements within it will follow this format. So if I have a flex direction row, it will be a row. If I have flex direction column, it will follow the column. So it's pretty useful for styling your website. Now, if I do, there's another property on, let me just open the VS Code again. There's another property called justify content, space between. So what that basically does is, if I go back to the website and close this, actually let's just open it up again and do a 1366. Yeah, so what that basically does is, if I, yeah, so this is the landing which has the property flexbox. So if it has a space between, So it basically adds space between these two elements, the elements that's inside the flex box. So you can see this purple box being created here. If I had center, save that. Now, if I go over that, you see that it's centered. Both the elements are centered and the spacing is created on the both the sides. So that's how that works. So space between is what we are using. There's many other properties which you can actually look over here in VS Code. It comes in the IntelliSense. So space between again. Then align item center. So if I were to remove this property, let's say, if I go back, you see that all of it has shifted on the top. So what align item center does is it vertically aligns it in the center. So if I do that then, and you see it's aligned in the center. If I do instead of center, I do a flex end, save it, go back, you see that it's aligned to the bottom. So that's how that works. So I'm going to make it center again. Also, I've defined that the minimum height should be 100 VH. Now, VH stands for view height. So what view height basically means is that this whole website, the screen that you're seeing, that's the view height. So you see 768 over here, that's the view height. So I want it to occupy the entire view height. So I've done 100 view height. So if I were to change that to 80, so it would take 80% of the page. Now you can see it's taking 80% of the page, the whole screen. So I've given a minimum height of 100% of the view height. So that takes the entire screen, and that's why it's behaving like so. Now, what's going to happen is this is a display flex, and by default, I don't even need to add it, but by default, it has a flex direction of row. Yeah, so it doesn't change anything as you can see because it's added by default, but it has a flex direction of row. If I go down, we have changed the flex direction to column when it hits this screen size. So 10545. So let me just do that. 1045. And anything smaller than that will be a column, like so. So that's how that works, the media tag. So on your phone, it will be seen as this. Now, this is a pretty empty web page. So if we want to scroll down, we want to show something at the bottom. So we commonly add a thing called a chevron. So as you can see in the CSS, we had a huge number of lines just for the chevron. Now, something like a chevron is you can actually get it pretty easily from Google. I'm just going to copy this link, but what I basically did was I opened Google, I did CodePen chevron. So you'll be finding pens tag the chevron, and you can open that, and you can see all these options that's there. So I found a pretty good one, and that's basically this over here. So this is what CodePen looks like, and it will have a HTML section, it will have a CSS section and a JavaScript section, and people can share code. So you can just copy over these elements. So I'm just going to copy this HTML markup and go back to the landing section, and actually under the image, but inside the main, I'm going to paste it here. So it's pasted. Now what I can do is I can add an anchor tag again and do a hash, let's say projects for now, and it's going to be a data scroll again, and I'm just going to wrap the entire chevron with it, save it. All right, so also I will give it a class name. Let's give it a class on chevron, save it. All right, so that would have applied some class CSS styles, and you can see it's visible over here. So as you can see in the actual code, it was byte, and if I go over to my CSS file, I've just copied over the entire CSS from there, And what I basically did was I just changed these colors over here to the colors I want. And I mostly haven't changed anything else. But if you want to, you can go over the code. Mostly you won't be needing it. So you can just leave it as it is. And it also has a pretty cool animation going for it. So right now, if I click it, there's nothing going on because we don't have a project section yet. But yeah, so this is the landing section done. So it's properly responsive. Let me just check it again. So yeah, if I shrink the screen size, when the screen size is shrinking, keep in mind that phones don't have this much height. So let me just reduce it to iPhone 5. iPhone 5 and SE is the smallest screen size that you can possibly have. So it's a very important view it to check. Now we see a warning coming here. That's I have invalid DOM property class. So like I said, React would mention an error if we have used class anywhere. So right now I just copied over some code over here and they have been using class. So what I can do is I can highlight this. Now there's a cool shortcut in VS Code. You can do a Control D. So as you can see, my cursor is visible for both the classes. I can do a Control D again. And all of these are selected now. I can do a backspace and type class name. So all of these got updated at the same time. It's a Control D again. So if I were to highlight this and do a Control D, I could select all the class names if I want to and change it to something else. All right, so since a big chunk of code is done, I'm gonna push it to GitHub. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a git add. Also, let's just do a git status to see what's up. There's some files that's modified that we have added. There's a new file that's the SVG, and there's some files we have modified. So you can always know what's going on. Also, anyways, it will be visible in your folder structure over here on the right side, on the left side. And yeah, so I'm gonna do a git commit -m feat landing section completed. Press enter. And once this is done, you can do a git status. It says that use git push to publish your local commits. So whatever I have already committed, it's already in my local system. But if I need to push it, I'll be doing a git push. So I do a git push. And what that basically does is, if we go over back to GitHub, personal portfolio. Yeah. So you see there's something that just got added 40 seconds ago. That's my commit over here. And you can view all your commits by clicking that button over there. And you see all the commits that we have done. The very first commit was done by create react app over here. So yeah. All right. So let's get back. And so this was the landing section. Also, okay, so let's get started with the project section. We will be having a short break soon. It's not a short break, it will be like an hour-long break. So what we can do over here is we can right-click on components and do a new folder and create a project section. So inside the project section, I'm just going to do a new file, similar manner to how I'd already done it for the landing section. I'm going to add a JSX file. I'm going to add a CSS file. All right. So in the JSX file that we have just created, once again, the snippet thing is RAFCE. Press an enter and it shows up the snippet. I'm going to delete the first line and import the slide sheet. So we do, actually, if we do IMP right now for style sheet, we don't really need to mention the name or assign a variable to it. So we can just get rid of that. and do a /project section .css right here. So this will be a section. This will be a section again, and we just add project section here for now. Go back to the app.jsx and we can import it. So we do project section. It's not showing up. If it does, you can just directly import it. But let's just copy over this, and actually we can do it this way. Let's do project section, and we can see it in the IntelliSense. Just press tab and save it, and add the project section to the app.jsx like so. So right now my server is not running, so I do a npm run start. Let's just get it back here. So it may not be visible under my, let it just disappear over here, but there's a project section that's being rendered, as you can see. So now we can get started with the project section. Now if you actually go back to the website that we are referring to, the project section is made like it's created by cards, right? So we have projects, that's the heading. So we can do a similar markup. We can do a header and a main. So give me some seconds. I'm just gonna, yeah. So in the header, we can add a, also I hope none of you have any doubts till now. Someone had asked, why are we using SVGs instead of PNGs? SVG has a very small footprint on the browser because it's code. If you use a PNG again, it will be taking more space as compared to an SVG. So we prefer using SVGs instead of PNGs or JPGs. Now, if you are wondering what's the difference between PNGs and JPGs, PNGs allow you to have a transparent background. So something like this could be added with a PNG as well, but it would take up more space on the browser. So when it comes to illustrations, we mostly stick to SVGs because it's something that can be created with SVGs. If you had a picture of someone, then in that case, you would obviously use a PNG. But this makes the code way smaller. So if you open the code again for SVG, this is the entire SVG. That's it. It seems a lot, but in terms of size, it's pretty small as compared to a PNG. All right. So yeah. So in the project section, we're gonna have a h2 tag, and let's just see what. Yeah. So we are going to have projects and then the main, right? So we do projects, and in the main, we're going to have an article, and inside the article, we are going to, okay, so article is basically going to be the container. So container holding all of these things, all of these cards. So if I go and inspect over here, let me just change the screen size. Yeah. So if you see, there's a box there's a container that's holding all of these cards. So that's the article. So that's what the article is for. And within each article, we have an anchor tag. The anchor tag is why you're able to click it and go to a different website. And inside the anchor tag, we have an image and a h3 and a paragraph tag. So let's do that. So we do a link. The website is gonna be rendered. Okay, let's just do github.com for now. So let's do https github.com. Save it. Inside this, we're gonna have a h3. Actually, before that, we'll have a image. So image, project thumbnail. Then after the h3 we have a paragraph tag. So if you ever don't have content to put in, you will be facing such scenarios. So right now the styling is not applied, but you can see it. Let these disappear. Yeah, so you will be seeing all these things over here. So what we can do is, when you don't have content, you can always do a lorem ipsum. So what lorem ipsum does is you can add placeholder text. So I'm going to do lorem 2, and that's going to add lorem ipsum here. Over here I'm going to add lorem 50 and press tab, save it. You can see there's 50 words added. So you can just estimate how many words you're going to have, and that will add some placeholder text. So now if you see over here, a lot of stuff got added. So let's just add some styling as well. First of all, to be able to scroll to that, we need to add a ID of projects. Save it. So if you remember, in the landing section, we had, where is it? Yeah. So we had a href of hash projects. So that's the same projects that we have added here. So that will allow us to scroll to that. Now, along with that, we'll add a class name as well to it, name as projects. And to the heading, we'll add a class name of heading. Also, I'll just add another ID of proj heading, because we will be using this later on for animating. We don't need it right now, but this is what we'll be needing right now. So not to forget it, I'll just keep it here. Then in the article, we will have a class name of proj container. Save it. And the image will have a class name of proj image. This will have a class name of proj heading. And the paragraph will have a class name of proj description. So I'll just do DESC. So, okay. So I've applied all these classes. Now to apply the styles, I'll just copy over the styles that I've already created and paste here. So if you remember, we have the same classes that we just defined. Class the projects. We have added a min height. This time we don't really need to occupy the whole page. So if we go here, we don't really need to occupy the whole page. So we can just do a minimum height of 50 view height, and we have added some padding to give some spaces. We have added the box sizing property again. Now I will be coming over to the project container in a bit. Let me just remove the opacity. Do Control F to find all the opacity entries. Okay, that's just one in this file. So I'll just remove the opacity, save it. Now if we go back, yeah, so there's only one of these applied. Now the reason it's rendering like this is because I actually forgot to mention one of the classes. This anchor tag here will have a class of proj. So there's proj container, there's proj image, proj heading, and proj description. So if I go back, I can see the card is being rendered properly. Now, since we don't have an image, we can actually mention something that's a cool trick. We can do a //placehold .it /1000 times 1000. Save it. So, okay, for now we can see a placeholder image. So that's something you can keep in mind while you're testing a website. All right, so this is how the card looks like. Now, if you see in the card, we have, so obviously it's an anchor tag, so that's why we have the cursor pointer. Now, as for the image, yeah, so the image has a height and a width. It has some margin at the bottom. So if I just do an inspect element over here, you'll see there's a margin at the bottom. Then there's a heading, there's a description. So let's just see the styles for those. Also, object fit cover over here basically places the image in the center. So it's basically covering the size that you have mentioned, in case you know about those terms. It also has a border radius. So you can see there's the corners around it. And then there's project heading. That's just going to have a margin bottom of this much. And also we have an orange. So we can actually, if you see over here, we have applied the orange tag, orange class to the headings. So let's just do that. So in the class, you can just mention orange again. If we save it and go back, you see that the class is changed to orange now. So this is just one card. Now, if we were to have plenty of cards, a neat way to do it is by taking the whole card and adding a curly brace. So if you highlight something and add a bracket or something like that, then it surrounds the element that you have highlighted. That's something VS Code does, but if you use some other editor, it may have changed the whole thing to just a bracket. So what we can do is, since this is JavaScript now, we can do an array. And let's say it has 3 elements, so we do array 3. And let's fill the array with dot fill 0. And with that, we can do a dot map. So the map basically is a function which maps through the entire array. So there's 3 elements in this array, so it will map through each and every element of the array. So we inside the map, we give an arrow function like so. And in the arrow function, we mention something known as an lm, or you can name it anything you want. I'm going to name it lm. And within each lm, I want it to render this. So I'm going to just cut it and paste it inside the bracket. Now, if I save it, what's going to happen here is for 3 elements, it's going to map this element. And that's basically returning this HTML markup. So if I go back to the page, you will see that 3 cards have been rendered. If I were to change it to something else, let's say 5. So you can see 5 cards have been rendered. So this is pretty useful for testing. And the way it's scrolling is basically, I'm going to hold shift and scroll. So that's horizontal scroll, right? So the way it's scrolling is by, if I go over to the CSS again and go over to the project container, you see there's a property known as overflow Y scroll. So this is in the Y axis. Actually, it's supposed to be in the X axis. Seeing that? Yeah, so in the X axis, it's going to scroll. So what we are going to do is go back here. And as you can see, it scrolls. So this is the X axis. Obviously, if you were to scroll in the Y axis, you would have done that. Now, a neat way where we have, like, if we go back to the app.jsx, actually app.css, or index.css here. Okay, yeah, so there's this property here that we had commented out before, that's scroll behavior smooth. So actually, let's keep it commented and go back to the browser. Close this. Okay, just going to reload it. If we click projects right now, you see that it goes to the projects section. So the reason that's happening is because we had mentioned the ID over here as projects. And in the landing section, we had given the href as hash projects here. So now, if you see, it's a pretty quick movement. Not everyone would prefer that. What we can do is add a property in index.css. For the whole HTML, I'm adding this property, scroll behavior smooth. So let's save that. Go back, reload the page, and if we click projects now, you can see how it scrolls smoothly. So if we click home again, it'll go up. If we click projects, it goes down. So that's how the scrolling functions. And also one more thing that I wanted to show you, in the project section.css, you see there's this thing called hide scroll bar for Chrome, Safari, and Opera. So what we are going to do is, let's just, for now, let's comment this out. Actually, wait, let me comment it individually because there's already common statements inside. Yeah. Pretty interesting. I'm gonna remove these comments inside. Yeah, save it. Now, if we go back, reload the page, you see that normally if you have a division which has the property scroll, the overflow scroll, so you will have this scroll bar here. So what you can do is you can go over to Google and look for hide scroll bar. The first link that comes up, that's W3 schools or any of them. You can actually open Stack Overflow as well. I just use this. So what I've done is I've scrolled down, and this snippet over here, you see that it's referring to a class known as example. So what I've done is I've just copied over this and pasted it here. And instead of example, I'm just gonna, okay, let me just uncomment those. Yeah, instead of example, I've just used my own class that I mentioned, that's project container. So whatever class which you don't want to have a scroll bar on, you can just mention the class over here in the starting, and the rest of the code should work. So if I save it now, I close this and go back to the portfolio, you'll see that the portfolio is now, the section does not have a scroll bar anymore. So this is the scroll bar part done. Now we will be, this is basically the website that's responsive. And if you see in the smaller screens, it goes into a smaller display format. So what I can do is go back to this and reduce the amount of text. Let's do 20 or something like 30. Yeah, so this looks proper. So in a phone, it would look like this now, and you can just scroll through. And if you remember, we had added a chevron. If we click on that, that works as well. So the chevron also had a, open it again, it also had the anchor tag, which was also referring to projects. So that's why it goes down now. So we will be having a short break now. Actually not a short break, it's going to be 1 hour long. We actually have an error. So it says we don't have a key property mentioned. So while working with React, keep one thing in mind. Whenever you use a map function, you can always have another element here, variable defined, that's known as the index. So what I'm going to do is, for the element that's on the outermost inside the return part of the arrow function, I'm just going to add attribute known as key, and I'm going to add that I. So what that's going to do is every card that mentions, yeah, so every card that opens up, that's going to be having a index. So if I reload the page now, that error should disappear. All right, so that's going to be the website in terms of how it looks on the browser as well as the mobile screens. So we will have a short break now, and we will resume after an hour. So thank you for being in the session. We'll be switching over. Yeah. So we will be having a lunch break for an hour. And meanwhile, if any of you have any doubts regarding the website or the code that I've coded till now, you can ask them in the live chat. We can reply to them.
And the mentors are there on Discord. Tell them.
And also the mentors are there on Discord. So if you like really need something to sort out, you can ask them on Discord as well. Yeah, thank you. be waiting for a few more moments for people to join in. While we are doing that, let me just recap over what we have completed in the first session. So what we have made is the website so far is the landing section and the project section here. There's also a function in navbar that you can click and visit. The contact me functions. It opens up your mail app. And let me just go over the code again. So we had updated the index.html. We had just changed the title here, and I had explained how the root div gets swapped with the whatever React code we write. And the app.jsx, we see that we have two sections here, the landing and the projects one. And if we go into any of these sections, let's go to landing for now. So we had added a header and the main. The header had the navbar. So this was the header for the landing. For the main, this is the main. So the main, if you go into the main, you see that there's, hey, I am John Doe and I am a Monstack developer. So this is what is getting rendered on the page right now. If I open the tab again, yeah. And there's an illustration as well. The illustration is coming from the vectors folder. It's an illustration named as landingl.svg. So this is the SVG file, and yeah, so that's getting rendered over here. As for the project section, it's again a carousel. So it does not have auto scroll, but you can scroll with by holding shift and your scroll wheel. So each of these cards, they lead you to GitHub right now, and you can add your own entries obviously. So the first thing we will be doing, also to just go over the code once, we had mentioned an array and we had said that we would be filling it with 5 elements and we would be filling it with zeros because the array needs to be filled, otherwise JavaScript does not take it as a filled array. Then we map each element, and for each of the 5 elements we have returned this part of the code. That's an anchor tag, and that's basically the card that's getting rendered in the page. So that's basically each of these. So as you can see, there's a total of 5 of them. So obviously this is not ideal. So what we are going to do is, first of all, let's go to src and let's create a new folder called content. And in the content, we will add a new file called data.js. So I will just copy over the data.js part just to save on time. Yeah. So let me just paste that and explain it. So the skills is something we won't be using right now. As for the projects, as you can see, we have defined a variable called projects in caps. Whenever you are defining a constant, it's recommended that you use caps. That's the nomenclature in JavaScript. And we have basically created an array. These square brackets represent an array, and within the array we have objects which are very similar to each other right now, but you can add your own data. So within the object we have a title, we have a description, we have an image, and we have a link. So the title is the title of the project, obviously, description, then the image is what we are rendering right now already. If you remember, we go back to the image and there's this placeholder.it src that's been added, and that basically shows a placeholder image for all of these cards. So what I've done is I have added them to the image key, and right now I've made all these projects to link to GitHub. So what we're going to do is we will import this over here and refer to that instead of using an array like this. So let's do that. So we do an import let's do it the VS Code way. We do IMP, press tab, press tab again to shift over to the module. Over here we can do a curly brace and we can say projects. So this projects is basically the constant name that you had given over here. So we only want the project, so we are going to just import the projects over here in curly braces. Now within the path, we will obviously refer to the file. So it's not in the same folder. We do double dot and slash, and we go into content. We go into data. So that's projects. Now we will, instead of switching it over from array, we will just put in projects. Yeah. So as you remember, it was an array before, and the projects is also an array as shown here. So now that we are mapping from projects, you will see there's 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 4 elements. We go back to the browser, do a control R for reload. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. There's 4 elements again. So that's rendering properly. So what we're going to do is, instead of rendering it directly from the return statement, what we are going to do is import these title, description, and image from here. So what we're going to do is open up curly braces again. And this is basically known as destructure in JavaScript. You can also do it in this way. I'll just show you both the ways. So let's do it as lm. So in this, the href will become the link. So I open curly braces because I'm typing JavaScript here. So I do lm dot, as you can see, the IntelliSense already tells me the available variable. So there's link. So that's going to be lm dot link. This is going to be lm dot image. Yeah. This whole text is going to be lm dot title. This whole description is going to be lm dot desk. If we go back, you see that not much has changed. That's because it's coming from here. Now if I actually go and make a change, let's change this to, actually let's not change the description, let's change the title to project 1 or something like that. Save it, go back. You see that project 1 is getting rendered. So it's basically coming from the JavaScript file now instead of being rendered directly. So let's open the VS Code. Yeah. So instead of doing it like this syntax with the dot, we can also similarly do it with destructuring. So the way we do that is we open curly braces here and we type in the available keys. So we type link, we type image, we type title and description. So instead of doing lm, we can just directly refer to them with the same names. So then we just highlight this, and similar to how I've done it before, I'm going to do a control D, select all of them at once, do a backspace and save it. So if we go back now, it's working similarly. Once again, if I change any of these over here, it's gonna work with the website as well. So you don't need to open the code to change the projects. You can directly change the content from the content folder in the data.js. So also another thing, the link right now, if we click on the link, yeah, so if you click on the link, you'll see that it opens in the same tab, and we don't want that. So what we are going to do is we will go to the anchor tag where the href was mentioned, and over here we are going to be adding a attribute called target, and in the target we'll mention underscore blank, like so. Now, as soon as you do that, the React will complain about us not mentioning relation no referrer, and it's a security risk. So let's do that as well. So we add that. I shouldn't be complaining, but there's one more element that you need to add, that's no opener. So yeah, these are for security reasons because you're opening a new tab in the same browser. So someone may put a script to do something else. So this protects that. So if we just reload the page again, the reason it's scrolling up is because in the URL we have a hash landing. So if we remove that, it's not going to scroll. So if I do a control R here, it's going to stay. If I press home, if I go to projects, it's going to scroll accordingly. Anyway, so that we changed the link. So if we click on the link now, it's opening in a new tab. So that's good. And if you see, it will apply that same property to all of the cards. So that's something that map does. So that's basically all the cards getting rendered. So yeah. So this is us being done with the project section. So I'll just push this code. So I'll do a git add. So before that, let's do a git status. We see that it's asking us to use git add. So we do git add dot. In case you're wondering, the dot again means add everything within the same folder as I'm in. So I'm in portfolio. That's the whole code base. So it's adding everything within that. Then I do git commit. Then feat. We do project section completed. And we do a git push. So, okay, so that's done. Now I hope you guys don't have any doubts till now. That's the React part of the session completed. And we will be moving on to animations. So if you have any doubts, you can ask now regarding React. No doubts? Right, so now we were adding animations with the help of GSAP. So let's just look up GSAP. So if you ever need to look up something, you can just directly Google them. They'll mostly have their own website and they can give you a brief on what it basically does. So over here it says it's an animation library for modern web. So all right, so the thing is, how will you add it to React? So we add it through npm again. So we do a, so the website for npm is npm.js. So you can just search npm gsap over here on Google and you will get a link. The first link will most probably be it. So this is the npm module for gsap. So it asks you to do an npm I gsap. So that's what you're going to copy and go back here. Then just close the server down and paste that. So while it's doing that, I will go back to the gsap. Yeah. So over here, you can see the way you are supposed to use these plugins. So you're supposed to register the scroll trigger, draggable, and motion path plugin. So these plugins are actually will not be enabled by default to save on space. So you will need to register them before using them. So keep that in mind. So what we are going to do is after it's done, we are also, once we do an npm I, we can see that there's a new gsap entry in the package.json file. So it says it's a 3.7.0 version. So if we run npm start again, nothing would have changed because we have not added gsap yet. But the way you use gsap is by going to, actually you can just refer to the documentation of gsap. So you can go to gsap. The function I recommend using is timeline. So gsap timeline docs, you can open it up. Yeah, so it basically talks about how you are supposed to use gsap. So what you basically do is you import it in the starting, then after that you create a variable called TL, and that will be a gsap.timeline function. So if you see the opening brackets here, it's basically a function. They have put repeat and stuff like that inside. You don't really need to. And after that, there are two other functions within the function that you can use. That's to and from. So I will be showing that while we are coding it. So let's say, okay, let's start with the landing page. I'm just going to close all the other pages which we don't need. So yeah. All right. So what we're going to do, firstly, we're going to import gsap. Once again, inp. We are going to type gsap here as well as gsap here. Also, if you guys are wondering why this thing is coming, this is basically the size of the package we are importing. So if we open up my extensions again, there's an extension called import cost. So that's the extension I'm using for this particular size package thing. So it's good to know sometimes your packages may be too big, so you may not need just gsap. You could have just done a timeline. You can do it something like this as well, but they don't recommend it, so let's not do that. All right, so first of all, we will be using something known as the use effect function. So let me just show you what use effect does. For now, let's just comment this out. And this will be coming from React. All right, so basically a use effect function is something you put before the return statement inside the function that you define. So we can type use effect. And if you see, the second one is a snippet. The box over here shows that it's a snippet, so let me just use that. So this will give you a boilerplate. You don't need these. You can just delete them. Now within the function, you see there's an arrow function and there's an array. So this arrow function is basically a function when there's nothing in the array that you have mentioned. This arrow function will run when your browser renders the page. So when it renders, as soon as it renders the landing page, it's gonna run this function. So if I can do something like a window dot alert and say hello. So what that's gonna do is, let me just open this up again. You see that hello comes up. So this function is basically running after the page renders, not before that. So sometimes there are some elements in the page that you will be referring to in the function. So it's very important that the page renders first and then the function gets called. So all our gsap, since we will be animating all the DOM elements over here, all our gsap stuff will be written inside the use effect. So what are we going to do? So we are going to do is we go to gsap again. You see how they have created this, so we can just copy it over. Instead of doing that, we can do a bar. Instead of var, we can use a const, and within the timeline we don't need to mention these. So gsap is not imported because we had commented it out. Now now it should work. So this is the TL. Now TL is basically a constant that's defined as the gsap timeline. Now with the help of TL, you can add something like TO. So the most common ones you'll be using is from and TO. So it's either from or TO. So we can do something like TO open string, then we refer to something. So let's say we want this main heading to be animated. So what we're going to do is, since it's a class, it's under a class name, so what we are going to do is within the string we'll add a dot selector because dot is for classes. We do a main heading and then we pass an object. We add a comma over here in the end and I pass an object. So in that object we can say in x axis I want it to move by 100. All right, so what's that gonna do is, okay, let's not make it 100, let's make it something like 800 so that it's visible. So let me just close Yeah, you can see the animation that just happened. If I do a control R again, you see as soon as it renders, it goes to the right. So we can actually use that, make some sweet animations. Like, let me just go back to the deployed website and do a control R here, then see how everything is animated. So now we are gonna animate these like we have. Now this is why if you go back to website, we see that it's actually coming from invisible to visible. So it's actually changing the opacity. So this is the reason we had defined opacity in our CSS. So if you remember from the first screen, for the first section of the workshop, we had opacity, which I had actually commented out. So let me just go up. Yeah. So we had commented these out. So that was the reason, because I wanted it to appear with the animation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually uncomment them. So first of all, let's uncomment. Let me just use this. Yeah. Let me uncomment this, the main heading. So let's go to landing section. So we want to animate the main heading. So we want it to go from opacity 0 to 1. So we do opacity 1. By the way, whatever you define over here inside the object, it's all CSS. So you can define something like box shadow. So you can do box shadow here, or you can do something like margin. You can change margin as well. And there's some extra stuff like X and Y, like I use. So I can make it go X100, something like that. So yeah, that's one. Then on top of that, you can add a duration. So there's a duration over here. So let's say we wanted to take 1.5 seconds. I'm gonna save it. So let's see what happens. So I'll do a control R. If you see, as and when I'm doing a control R, it's appearing from 0 opacity. Now we also wanted to shift from the left. So the way we do that is we wanted to come from the left. So we use a from. So since we are using a timeline here, we can actually attach a from at the very end of the two. So we do a from over here and open it again. And within this, it will again be the main heading. So we paste it here and we supply an object like we already did. Now we want it to come, let's say, x minus 100. And we want it to take a duration of 1.5 seconds. So this is the duration. We are giving the same duration. Now, if we were to do this, what would happen is, so firstly, it comes in as, like you can see it is appearing and then sliding. So we actually want both of these to happen at the same time. So we are going to add a delay and do a minus 1.5. So what that will do is both of the from and to will happen at the same time. So now you can see it's coming in together. So yeah, so now let's move on to the second heading again. And for the second heading, if you can see the burn stack over here, if we do a control R, it's appearing right after the first heading. So what we can do is we can actually simply attach it to the very same timeline. So we do a 2, and it's going to be mostly the same thing again. So yeah, within this, we are going to do dot subheading this time. And we will be passing an object again. So this subheading is referring to the class name subheading again. That's this one. Right. So within this, we are going to be doing the same thing. So that's going to be opacity and duration. So once again, we will want it to slide from the left. So we do a from as well. We add that to the back of our timeline. So again, we will change this to subheading. We want it coming from x minus 100, and delay will be minus 1.5, duration will be this. Cool. So actually, okay, let me just try this out and see how it works out. So it comes in, then this comes in. Right now we did not have the opacity as 0 set, so let's just do that. All right, coming back to the browser. This comes in and this comes in, but we want it to come in together. So what if you see in the actual website, do control R here, you see that before it has ended its animation, it's coming in. So we actually add a negative delay again, so to the subheading. So for this particular function, the 2, we add a delay of let's say -1. Save that. Yeah, so okay, this is not the oops, yeah. So this comes in and this comes in. So that's how we want it. Now after that, we want the illustration to show up. So let's go back to the illustration, and that's the reason I had given the class to the illustration before. So I'll just make it opacity 0. Also, let's just, while we are at it, let's make it for the navbar as well. Yeah, added opacity 0 to both of them, so they shouldn't be visible right now. Now to make the illustration pop up, we will attach it to the same timeline again. So we do 2. Actually, let's just copy over this because it's the same thing. Let's give it. Instead of subheading, I can do a control D again, change both of them. So it will be landing IL. Now opacity is becoming 1. That's cool. Duration will be 1.5. That's cool. Delay will be -1. Okay, this should be changed because as you can see in the website, if I do a reload, it's actually coming from the bottom. So instead of X, it will be Y, and it will come from a positive value. So it's going from positive to negative. So let's go back, do a refresh. So we see all these 3 elements pop in. And right after the elements pop in, we want the navbar to be visible. So let's just attach that as well. So in the timeline, you're going to do a TO. In this case, we are going to use the class navbar, and within that, we are going to add an object again. We want the opacity to go to 1, and we want the duration to be 1.5 seconds again. So okay, let's add a delay as well. So I'll just copy this over, and instead of doing 1.5, let's make it 1. Save it, refresh. So you see the landing section is animated really well. All right, so that's the landing section done. Now if you have any doubts, you can ask over here right now. Yeah, so someone asked, how is GSAP animation different from CSS animations? Now if I actually show you, there's a really cool website called Can I Use, and CSS animations are actually, it's pretty much, it's dominant over here, but it used to be, until very recently, it used to be not supported in a lot of browsers. So as you can see, Android browser, Opera Mini and stuff like that. So that's one of the reasons why you would be using. So if someone's running old software, they could at least use the with CSAP, you would be, the animation would be visible. Now on top of that, CSS animation also is very hard. Like if I open up W3 schools, it's not something that you can easily do. I can show you a reference. So in landing section, we had actually, if you remember, we had put the chevron there. So they are also using CSS animations. It may seem easy, but you also will have to worry about stuff like this thing here. So this transform property, now if I actually go back, transform can I use? Yeah, so you see the red, it actually is not supported in Opera Mini at all. So what we can do is we can add these prefixes to the transform property, and that makes it available. So you will have to worry about these if you are using CSS animations, because some browsers just natively don't support them. Now, if you were to use something like GSAP, they have already done the job for you, all right? So you just have to focus on the animation, and that directly works out of the box for all browsers. So like I said, in GSAP, in their own website, they had mentioned that, just a second, I'll just open it up. So they are saying they are a modern web animation platform. So obviously you can make much more robust animations with GSAP than you can do with CSS animations, and they take care of it working in, I'm actually not able to find the page I was using, but they had talked about how it's available for all modern browsers. So anyway, so that's that. Any other questions? Okay, no other questions. That's cool. So that's the animation for the landing page done. So I'm actually just gonna push the code. We'll work on git add again, git commit. And git push. By the way, let me just go over it again. If you guys are stuck over any of the code that I'm using, you can just use ACM's GitHub repository that we have already made public. So that's the Summer Bootcamp web over here. And you can refer to the commits. So I had just animated the landing section. So I see a commit named animation added to landing. I could just open it up and see what all I've changed. So package.json file, we don't really need to see that. If we come to landing section.jsx, you can see the code that I've added just now. It's basically the same code that I've added. So if you are ever stuck, you can always come to this repo and check it out. All right, so let's just open up the server then. Yeah. So now we need to animate the project section, right? So I'm actually just gonna close the previous one. Yeah. So for the project section, obviously we will have to edit it in the project section.jsx, and we do pretty much the same thing again. So we do an import of GSAP, save it here, and within this also we will be importing the use effect. So from React use effect. So okay, now that we have imported that, let's just call the function here. Like I said, there's an arrow function and there's an array. So yeah, within the use effect, so it's already telling me that I've used GSAP, but it's not used. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call a const dl equal to gsap.timeline. and open brackets. So that's gonna define the timeline object. Now after that is when we animate. So let's just see in the website what needs to be animated. If I do Control R. So first of all, we see the heading coming in, and the whole carousel actually extends from the bottom. So it's pretty simple again. We do a TL.to open braces, and if we go to the CSS again, we will need to make them have opacity 0. So let's look for that opacity. Okay. And for the headings, I had made a class which was defined in app.css, so we have to change here. Save it. All right, so if you go back to the page, same parent of undefined, that's because we go back here, we have actually not mentioned anything. So let me just comment that out. So if we go here, the whole section now has opacity of 0. So let me just go back to the code and let me copy over the animation that I had done before. So let's say for heading, yeah, so it has a proj heading as an ID. So I'm going to copy that. And for IDs, to select them, you use a hash. So we do a hash and then the project heading. Then pass an object again. We say opacity will be 0. So sorry, not opacity won't be 0, opacity will be 1 now, and the duration will be 1.5 seconds. So, but this time we will be actually using something known as a scroll trigger. So gsap scroll trigger. Actually, let me just open npm.js again, because if you remember from what I've shown before, scroll trigger is something that you were supposed to register. So we do this, we copy it, we paste it here, and we register the plugin from this statement here. So let me actually register it here inside the use effect. Actually, let's not do it inside the use effect, we'll do it before the DOM renders. And we just need the scroll trigger, so save it. Yeah. So okay, so that's what it recommends. Now let's go back. So within TL, okay, so we had given a duration of 1.5 seconds. So let's actually add a slight delay of 3.5 seconds, let's say. Also, we will add a property which we just registered, that's scroll trigger. So what scroll trigger does basically is when you scroll to the element, that's when the animation triggers in. So until you scroll, the animation won't play out. When you scroll to it, the animation will play out. So I'm gonna pass the same element inside. So this basically stands for you will be scrolling to proj heading, and that's when the animation will trigger in, and it won't trigger in before that. So like we had done for, this is just for opacity. So let me show you how opacity looks like. Okay, we scrolled in, there's a 3.5 second delay. Actually, it's not working. Let me just check if there's any errors. Oh, actually it does work. Excuse me. I think the 3.5 delay is too much, so let me just remove that. Let's do a Control R. Okay, it's loading in immediately, so we need to add a delay. Let's add 2 seconds. Control R again. 2 seconds seems like a lot again. Make it 1 second. You basically have to play with these values. Let's give it 3.5 for now because it was working for the previous website. We will also be animating it from, like, it should come in from the left, so we will add a from. Take the same element here, paste it here, and open braces. And we want it to come from the left, so we do x minus 100, and we will have the same duration, and delay will be minus 1.5, because once again we will be playing these two animations at the same time. So this has a duration of 1.5 and this will have a duration or delay of minus 1.5. So that basically makes them play at the same time. Let me just comment this out, to be honest. Let me see what happens if I do that. Control R. 3.5-second delay is there, but it just come in. So that's how the project is coming in. We do a similar thing for the carousel. So in the carousel, we just add it to the same timeline. We can do a 2, and so project heading, actually it will be the cross container, I guess. Yeah, so let's copy that over, paste it here, add a dot because it's a class, and pass an object. So this time we want it to trigger with the proj container. So when you scroll to the proj container, that's when it should trigger. So we add that as a scroll trigger. Then we add opacity, a duration, and a delay. Actually, we don't need a delay. We can just proceed with that. We will also make it come from the bottom, so we add a from. Once again, it will be the same thing. So within the container, we will be asking it to come from the y-axis from 100. So it will come from plus 100 to 0. And we add a duration again for 1.5 seconds and a delay of minus 1.5 so that they play together. So let's just add a delay of minus 1 so it's smooth together with the heading. So let me just refresh the page again. It will take a while because we added a 3-second delay, but you can see the page is being animated. Let me actually reduce the delay to 2. Let's refresh the page. Yeah, so now it's playing well. So that's how you add GSAP animations to a website. You basically, the two functions that I used are basically the timeline function, and we added something known as a scroll trigger. So this is not the only way you can use a scroll trigger. If you look it up in GSAP, you can actually see the ways that they recommend using it. So there's actually a video for it. And like I have done right now, we have added it to a timeline. So you see it here, TL. But you can also just call it directly like the scroll trigger here. And you can use the create function. and you can add these properties within it. So that also works if you are into that. So we will be passing on the attendance form now for the certificates. So we request you to fill those. And we have an external field for the VIT participants who are in the stream. So you will be having to fill in your registration numbers. And if you are not from VIT, you don't need to worry about that. You can just leave that field empty. So we will be passing those in shortly. And while we are doing that, let me actually just introduce you to the task. So I have created this project, what I've done so far. So I'm gonna actually push it to GitHub. Let me just hide this here. So this repository will be made available to the ACM VIT organization. So the task for the web domain is going to be basically you will have to, right now it's not available in the ACM organization, but if I open up my profile, it's here. I will be shifting it over, but what you will have to do is, let me just open it up. So the current state of code, as you can see, it's 40 seconds ago. So I've just pushed the latest changes. I will be pushing the current state of code out here. And what you will have to do is you will have to create a fork. So you can just click this button on the top and create a fork that will basically add it to your own profile and you can edit the code. So once you do that, we request you to, so like you can see, I have this website over here, summer-bootcamp-web.versal.app. So if you see, there's some sections that have not been covered. So there's an about me section and there's a skill section. So the skill section is actually pretty interesting. If you look into the data.js, we had initially commented out this part. So if I just uncomment that, you can see it's again an array of elements, and each element will have a name as well as a skill. So what's happening here is it's basically setting a height based on the skill level. So if I have a skill of 90, that basically means it's occupying 90% of the space of this whole div. The code is already available in the ACM organization, like I showed you, but I recommend that you try this on your own, these two sections here. And also these two sections are animated again. So if you see, I have added a huge delay, but yeah. So these come in and you can see how the animations work, especially with the skills. After these load in, you see how the progress bar rises. So it basically goes from 0 height to the height that's mentioned. So we request you to try that as your task for the web domain. And yeah, please fill in the attendance, or it's requested that every single attendee is supposed to be filling this because this is the form for your certification that's going to be used. Also, we have also hosted a open source task. So if we go to the organization again, there is a, okay, so yeah, so the basically this is a repository for the open source task for web. What you can do is, this is a basic React repository. So it's created with React, create React tab again. And within this, you can actually see the scripts that's being used. So if you go to the package.json file again, it's the same thing as we had shown in the session. So what you can do is, this is going to be basically a showcase of all your projects. So how I have done it here with the projects here. Similar UI, but you can create your own UI and you can showcase all the projects that have been created during this whole summer bootcamp. So within this, we will be expecting, so you will be shown with issues over here. So within the issues, you can just open them up and see what the issue requests. So what you will be doing is creating a new branch. So you are right now in the master branch. So let me just show you how to create a new branch. So I am in the master branch right now. So I can do a git checkout, and let's call the branch feet readme. Or actually, let's name it show readme. So it's saying that we don't have a branch created, so we are going to pass a flag called -b. So it says that I've switched to a new branch over here, and you can see the branch that has been changed. So within this, you can change the readme. So let's say this is the readme we have right now. We want to edit it. So we can do hello world or something like that. Now we have a template set up for you. So ideally what you're going to have to do is change the topic, change the description, some screenshots, stuff like that. And once you're done, you can do a git add, git commit, and within that you can just say what you've done. And when you do a git push, it will ask you to actually change the command. It will ask you to use this command because it's not there in the, like the branch is not pushed to the GitHub. So you're going to copy that and paste it. So that's going to create this branch over here. Now if I actually go back to my own profile, so if I do GitHub, yeah, so you see there is a new branch that came in, and if we can open this button over here, you can see there's a new branch, and within that branch we see that hello world is there. So you are basically going to be editing code in your new branch and you will be pushing it. And after doing that, you can open your pull request. So if you see over here, you can, there's a button called compare and pull request. So you click that, and within that you can type in your comment, updated readme as per requirement, let's say. And what you will be doing is you will be referring to the issues. So the way you refer to issues in GitHub is you do a hash and then the issue number. So it's 1 if it's the issue 1. So if I just go back here and show you the issues, so I can just show it over here. Like if I do a hash, something like this will open up, and you can just select the issue over there. So that links your pull request to the particular issue. So remember to put a hash and the issue number, and you can just create a pull request. We may ask you to change some stuff as per the requirement, and after it's changed, it will be added onto the main code. So you can watch that happen while it does. So that's it. If you guys haven't already, we request all of you to once again open the form, and actually I'll just show you how the form looks like. So this is the form. So you'll be entering your email, your name, and if you are a VIT student, then obviously you'll be entering your registration number as well, and you'll just submit it. So please do this because this is essential for the certificate that we will be giving you. Right, so whoever's still in the stream, thank you for watching the whole stream, and we will be getting back on 17th of July. That's around a week after. Actually, it's on this coming Saturday. So that will be a session with the app domain. So we will be expecting you there as well. So once again, thank you for joining in, and we will be ending the stream here.